Alright. Hello, welcome back to game devlog, kottefolket, metroidvania. Alright, so today, well, okay, last time we kind of finished the chapter a little bit on camera boundaries, dynamic boundaries, and smooth transitions and all that crap. So yeah, really nice to get that done and to leave that behind us here. There could still be some things about that what we need to modify in the future. But anyway, what I was thinking about doing here is I'm thinking about making kind of like environment effects or like so what I'm thinking about this game is that there's gonna be like elemental powers. So there's gonna be, you know, fire, water, wind, earth, whatever. And I'm thinking I'm just gonna do a little bit of fire. Now, exactly how the ability is gonna work, if it's gonna be like a fireball, you know, just a fire, if you can combine elements, or if you can, you know, do different things, if it's going to be like a fire ring around the player or whatever it's going to be, I'm not sure, but or exactly how that's going to work. But what I do kind of know, or what I want to try, is to be able to have fire as a kind of an effect that is happening. So as in some fashion, you're going to be able to apply fire to things. And fire is going to be something that can happen, and it's going to affect some stuff. So perhaps it's going to affect, you know, monsters, getting damaged, maybe even put on fire, getting some kind of fire effect on them. Like a dot damage over time or something like that, and also burning certain environment so that you can pass through things that you couldn't pass through otherwise, let's say. So yeah, so that or perhaps even other things, like let's say you light a fire on I don't know, an explosive. I don't know if there's gonna be anything like that, but you know, something like that, something that affects the environment somehow, like drying something, maybe. I don't know. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And so what I was gonna do is I'm just gonna make a very simple fire sprite that we can use for everything for now, and then later I'm gonna probably change it, but I'll just make this very simple here. And let's see, I believe this is the usual, or is it 32? I forget. View grid. No, 16 by 16 is the tile size. So let's just make a very bad fire here. That last part I didn't like. Something like this. And a little bit of yellow, orange. Yellow. And you can even have a little bit of white at the center there. Okay. Very, very simple fire here. It's gonna look amazing. Okay, and we'll take this and we'll flip it. Maybe, yeah, that's good enough. Okay. So there's our little fire effect. Okay. I'm gonna export that. All right. Now let's go into the editor. And now we will make a little bit of graphics. So first we need to get this texture in here. Fire. And animations. So we'll add fire. New animation. I'm just gonna call this, I don't know, burn. There we go. There's our fire animation. Cool. So now we have that. Essentially, all we need right now. I'm not sure, like, maybe we want to have a way to apply fire somehow. That's the thing. I'm not sure, like, how that's gonna work. Like, what? We need some kind of system in order to choose elemental. Like, I've been thinking of merging it into the beam thing that we have, so that you can, like, when you fire the beam, you can choose an element, perhaps, or something like that. But I think for now we're just gonna, I'm just gonna do some kind of debug ability that you throw a fireball somewhere and it will land and make a little fire or something like that. Yes. And then this is gonna be interesting because it's gonna be like some kind of also generic like interaction, or like monsters will have to implement their fire behavior. Like if they're on fire, they have to have that kind of behavior somehow. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how that will work. Because it could be like different monsters have like, maybe some monsters have like immunity against fire, or maybe they are weak to fire, so that they will, you know, die instantly, or they will be stunned or something. And others will just don't care about the fire or something like that. I don't know, and just have a dot on them or something like that. I don't know. But let's try this. Okay, so there's our fire animation. Now let's go to, well, first we need to generate I believe we have this in our generate, yeah, Zig build generate. No? Oh, hang on. There we go. Okay, so now we should have the animation. So if we search for fire, we should see the fire animations there. Yes. Cool. Now, what do we do? What do we do? Yeah, that's the question. What do we want to do? How do we want to do it? So first, I think what we want to do is I want to have the player be able to throw kind of like a fireball. It's just got to be a test debug ability, basically. So let's go to input, and here's our different input things. So right now, attack. Well, let's just do this. Let's just start the game. And I will test the buttons. Because we have jump, we have attack, we have yeah, beam, jump, and then the top button doesn't actually do anything. So we can add it to the top button, yeah. So let's just do debug fireball. So this would be this would be right face up. Oh, use item, I see. I mean, okay, I guess you could select it maybe from, like, if we don't have anything selected, maybe we'll do it. Okay, sure. But then we have to do I'm gonna do this here. Is fireball input on. Do we have registry here? No, we don't. But we can get it though. We can even have the player context. Is down. If this is not equal to null and that is down. Okay. And this is edge detected, I think. Is it? Pressed? Man, I should really write this down. Consume is pressed. I think that is edge detect. Yeah, if down and not was down or was pressed. This is just is down or was down. Yeah, so pressed means edge detected. down not edge detected. Released is also edge detected. Okay. So this should be pressed. All right. So we have the input. Then we go to the player's state machine. And here we have a whole bunch of behavior stuff. I'm thinking we put this in action behavior. It's like a generic place where we put things that you can like activate things, do different things. So essentially when you can do this, you're not incapacitated or stunned or anything like that. So this should be a good place to put it probably. And I'm gonna say cast fireball as an event that can happen. And so let's get over here. We'll get if actually, you know what? Let's put this part in activate behavior. Alright, we'll do that. No, activate behavior. If activate behavior, we get an event, we switch on the event, and we return, actually we return I mean, we can essentially just return the event from sub event if this is activate behavior event. There is a way to do this, like you can do like but still have to, I think we still have to like check what type it is. Or we could also just say that activate behavior returns an action behavior event, so we don't even have a subtype. And then we can actually just return that. That seems like a better thing. Return event. If we get it, we return it. Actually, we don't even need an if here. I'm not sure why we even... If we use the item, we don't care really. Okay. Okay. And now also we need fireball behavior. So if this is on, return cast fireball, else return null. Okay, and then we go back to here, and now we have to implement cast fireball, return set state, cast fireball. And now I have to implement that state. And this is essentially just going to be... Actually, this could actually just be a one-liner. Or just a function. So cast fireball. It's gotta be a one frame delay basically. No, actually, this is a function actually. Instead of setting the state to cast fireball, we just call this function. Yeah, because otherwise we have to wait for a frame before this happens. So what we do is we, in the end, we'll set the state back to idle or something, or whatever we do there. Yeah. And then we wanna spawn this thing. So fireball, we'll create a new, this is the fireball context. So create, I believe, yeah, it creates a new entity and then we get a new context with that fireball. So we get a fireball. We'll add a debug rectangle, draw rectangle component. Color is red. We will add a physics Actually, this has to do. We have to have the physics system, I think. Position. I'm gonna have to see about that, and then these params. Density doesn't matter. Probably add restitution. Should probably add like defaults to these. Well, density can't be 0 because, yeah, it has to be like infinite or something. Whatever, I'm just gonna say 1. Static is false. Solid is false. Oops. And the shape is a rectangle. And I'm gonna do like 8 by 8 maybe. So that's the hitbox. All right, we need a position. It's gonna be player position. Actually, get position. Yeah, that's the position. It's just the player position. The direction is also gonna be from the player. And we'll add that. Oh, I see. Let's do variable context add get. Yeah, we'll just add the same direction to the fireball. As the player has, we'll get the position. Position is set there. Yeah. And also, do we get the body back? We do. So what we could do is we could also say apply force or impulse. Which, or, well, we could just set the velocity to be direction apply And this would be the fireball speed. Which I'm not sure what we're gonna set. Maybe 100. Okay, so now we should be seeing a red square being thrown out from the player when we press this button, and then we go back to idle. And there's no cooldown, there's not anything really happening there. Let's see. Doesn't seem to work. Okay. Oh, because never called a function here. There we go. And if we get an event here, we return it. Let's put this, I guess, up here. No? Oh wait, it should be null. Sorry, this should be null. There we go. Man, this Boolean logic, it always trips me up, like every time. Even after, you know, all this time. There we go. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Great. Yeah, so it should not be affected by gravity. Luckily we have a simple solution for that. Oh. There we go. Can't add the type, we have to add a value. Right, and then there's also air drag. Forgot about that. No air drag. I feel like maybe instead of that being like a global thing, maybe we should just have air drag be something that each thing can decide. Okay, there we go. Almost feels like Metroid now. Okay. So we have a little fireball. Now, I want to add how do we do this? So what we could do is we could tag the fireball, which we probably would want to do with some... I mean, yeah, we could do this in a couple of different ways. It's like we could add a tag to the fireball that is like, yeah, this is a fire on touch or something. Apply fire on touch or something like that. Or this is a fireball. And then you'll have some kind of system that like checks for intersections between this and yeah, checks whenever this collides with something else that can be set on fire or consume this fireball, it will be destroyed, and we would apply fire to the thing we collided on. We could also have a more generic component that is like apply on touch or something like that, or I don't know, maybe not. But yeah, I'll have a think about this. I'll have to BRB a couple of minutes here. Just hang tight. See ya. All right. All right. So, how do we do this? I think we want to have something that can burn them as well. So, I mean, we could do a monster. So what I'm thinking, if we could get two different things that can burn, maybe we can find a common, a way of them getting that in common. Like, for example, my devices work with kind of like this generic device component, and this allows devices to receive like effects or receive signals, and you can either receive like it turns on or it turns off, or it's an instant pulse. So what I'm thinking is maybe we have something similar but for effects. But yeah, so that would require or we can simply say that, well, okay, the thing is like what we want to do is we want to have a way to say that, hey, this thing can actually get set on fire or not. So that when the fireball collides with something that can't be set on fire, it will either, if it's a solid, I guess it will like, or let's say it hits an enemy that can't be set on fire, but it still want to consume the fireball. If it's like immune to fire or something, we still want to consume the fireball, like destroy the fireball, but we don't want to do the fire effect. So I guess then it will be like applicable to, but then you can have an entity, so you can have like an entity that consumes the fireball and then either sets it on fire or not, or you can have or do whatever the monster state machine will do with that, or you could have an entity that does not consume the fireball as well, and maybe even also sets on fire, like grass, for instance. Like you throw a fireball and it like burns the grass along the way or something like that. But I don't think I will do that though. I think I will probably keep like the environmental effect kind of minimal, because I don't want to go crazy on that. I want to focus on the actual kind of main like gameplay part first. Like only the kind of thing that you're supposed to set on fire is going to be able to be set on fire, and that's going to consume the fireball anyway. I'm just thinking if we could have like a more like a pattern going on here, instead of shoehorning it first and then figure out the pattern. But I guess we could do that. I mean, we could always find the pattern later. So what we could do then is we could simply have a fireball tag that we add to the fireball, and then we'll have some kind of very rudimentary fireball system that will take care of applying the things for now, I guess. I'm just thinking, how do we figure out what to set on fire or not. I mean, we could just have a very simple, we could just have like a fire settings component that if it doesn't exist, then you can't set it on fire. If it does exist, then you have the settings on there. Yeah. So let's just do like fire settings. So first I want to have like also the fireball is just a tag, and then we'll have fire settings, which is like consumes fireball, and I guess we could have a function actually on fire which is a function that will, I guess we could have a context and it doesn't return anything. I guess it could be optional. Alright, because we need to import this. Actually, let's go to systems. Alright. So in the system, we will grab, I guess, all the fireballs. And we will check for intersections. So we need physics. Intersections body. And it should always have a body, so I'm just gonna get that. And we get intersection. Now I don't remember, result is owned by caller. Okay, so we need the allocator. No. Singletons. There we go. Whoops. No. All right, and then we'll look through those. And we'll check if this could either be a tile Okay, so if it's a tile, I guess we'll destroy the fireball. If we collide with a tile, we will destroy the fireball. So entities to destroy. Like this just feels so not great. Having all these different ways of getting to array list. Like this should just be array list unmanaged. This is array list unmanaged, I'm pretty sure, because they changed that a while back. But why is there like array list in standard immediately, and then there's a sub module called array list? Like why can't you access this array list from the sub module? Like I would rather have it like this and then unmanaged here, or whatever, or just default or something, I don't know. Anyway, this is an entity. All right, so we have this one, and then we initialize that later. Okay. Yeah. So if it's a tie, we will simply destroy the entity and then continue outer. I mean, I guess we can break instead. All right, and then if it's an entity, we will get the other entity here. And here we need to get the fireball settings with a try get. Fire settings, sorry. If we don't find it, we will continue. If fireball settings has... Why is this not working? Oh, we need the entity as well. There we go. If the fireball has consumes fireball, we will destroy this entity. If we have on fire, we will call on fire with the context. Hello, Rain Morris. Welcome. First time looking at Zig ever. Oh, cool. Yeah. What do you think? What do you usually program in? It's a little bit nested here, but whatever. C++. This isn't garbage collected. No, it's manual. Manual memory management. But it has these helpers here. You can defer. So here we get a list or an array of sorts, as a slice actually. But and then we free it with a defer, which is cool because that defer will happen at the end of the scope. So they have like a safe version of a pointer. Do you feel like it's memory safe? So I mean, kind of what they have is like there's no such thing as a there like because in C you would have a null pointer, but in Zig, if you have a pointer to something, it essentially has to point to something. Although you can make it point to anything you want, so you can make it unsafe, if you force it. But they have a thing called an optional type. So if you have an optional pointer, you have to kind of check if it's null or not. And usually, if it's not null, then it's supposed to point to something. But that's for null pointers. But then there's really nothing. I guess there's not much else for memory safety. I mean, I don't really do a lot of multi-threaded programming, so I don't really encounter many issues there. But you can get a fair share of seg faults or things like that if you forget to initialize a pointer or something like that. Although whenever you create a variable, you always have to define it to something. And if you want to define it to something that is the usual in C or C++, if you don't define an initial value, it will get whatever garbage is in there from the start. But in Zig, you have to define a value. But then you can say, let's say you have a U32, you can set it to undefined, which is the same thing. But you have to set it. So it's like if you don't do this, it's like you're purposefully setting it to undefined. Okay, so it's a little safer than C, but you can still seg fault and break things. Yes. I like manual memory control. Yeah. So you're working on a game. For how long are you working on? For I think about 2 years now, I think. Something like that. 1.5 or 1.5 years. Yeah. And then what I really like about Zig is like a few like it doesn't have classes, it just has structs. But you can have member functions on a struct. But essentially everything every function is kind of like a normal function. It's just some syntactic sugar that you can say this dot append. Really what's happening is that you call a function append, and then this is the first argument. So that's also very, very nice. Yes, I have, or I have a job as well. Yeah, I really enjoy the things. And also another upgrade, I would say, from C++ is there's no macros, but there are there's a thing called comp time. You can program things in like in comp time. So there's a special like compiler pass before the actual compilation, you could say, which you can do certain things with. So it's kind of like const expressions or whatever is called in C++, but it's more advanced, I would say. Even though I haven't really looked at the most modern C++ features when it comes to that. But I'm pretty sure that Sig has that you can essentially generate code with C. So for instance, you can take a type and you can iterate through the fields of a struct, let's say. So you take a type of a struct and you can iterate through the fields and, like, I don't know, log out something per field, or you can create new types from other types in ComTime programming. So it's a real powerful way of, like, generating code. C++ has that too. One of the good features of C++. Okay. Okay, cool. Because when I learned about the const expressions first, it just looked like you can sort of, I don't know, calculate some numbers beforehand, or, you know, strings or whatever. But you couldn't really do more than that. Like, you couldn't create new classes from other, like, introspecting types or doing things like that. Let's see. Okay, so we have entities to destroy. We need to go through entities to destroy and destroy them. So this would be destroy entity. Actually, what does this do? It actually just adds the death component. I mean, maybe we could just add. Maybe we could just add this one, actually. Instead of having this whole entities to destroy, we just add that instead. Actually. Entity here. All right, thanks. Thank you. Have a nice sleep. All right. So now the thing should be destroyed whenever we want it to be destroyed. We should probably also check if it's, like, out of bounds or something. Well, whatever. It doesn't really matter that much now, because this is just a temporary thing. And so we get this, we call the function on fire. So now essentially we have kind of like a fire effect going on that different things can do whatever they want with, if they all get set on fire. So let's go ahead and try this out. So first here we need to add, actually we need to go to components and we need to add the fire settings. And we also need a fireball. And we need to go here and we need to add a fireball. There we go. And we also need to go here and we need to go to the system place. Where would this be happening? Probably somewhere over here. I mean, really, we could have just added a state machine, actually, instead of doing a whole new system, but whatever. Actually, let's just put it here. And I'll put this up here, probably. Okay. Get from this entity, yes. All right, that was it. So we have the system, we have a fireball being spawned, it has everything it needs. Now we can add fire settings to one of our monsters. So let's say, for example, we add it to our dear old mossing. Here, and let's add fire settings, and consumes fireball is true, on fire should be on fire. So we need a function. Okay, now what should we do here whenever we are set on fire? So what I'm thinking is, just as a test here, we could just damage the thing. Where do we actually do that? Hurt, damage, hurt. No, we could get the health component. And we could call hurt with the damage. Okay, so essentially now, since this thing has fire settings, the fireball will be consumed and then call this function, which will hurt it. But I was thinking also that we could add a little effect that will kind of show that there's some fire there. Maybe we have a damage over time effect as well. Turn on my controller. No, it doesn't want to turn on. What's happening? There we go. All right, so here's our, so here you can see that it when it collides with a tile now, it actually just gets destroyed. Great. And let's find a monster. And there we go, here's a monster. And we can, yeah, so the system works. Okay. So how do we get a little fire animation there? I mean, I guess we could create an entity that follows this one. And what we need for that is kind of complicated, this animation stuff. init animations for entity. Like, yeah, we could call this function. We also add the resource. Okay, so this is what we do. And I forgot where we actually got the thing. Animations is, oh, so it's just like this. So we get the animation container. Whoops. No. And this would be fire. Right? I'm pretty sure we had fire here. Yeah, there's fire. I think maybe we need to go in here again. Fire. There we go. Just a caching issue. All right, now, so this is the resource here, I think. Animation resource. Or is it dot animations? Is this the actual resource? No. No, it's dot resource. Of course. There we go. Now we have the resource. And that one is the one we add. And then we get the actual instance out there. We will initialize, and the initial animation is, I guess it's optional. Yeah, it's just a string, I think. Yeah. So this would be burn, I believe. Did I not add those? Yeah, it has burn here, so we could probably say tag name no, this doesn't work. Well, I guess it does work. Well, actually no. Generated fire. Animations is that. So this would be actually let's just say burn here, because I know that's the name. I will have to do a better job of trying to get that there, but let's just say burn. Okay. Oh, right. So this has to, well, that one is context, but then here we actually do fire animation context. And sure, let's just use that. So essentially now we should be having a thing there. Now, next issue though is drawing this. Like, we have to actually add a body for this, unless, because the draw system is it's drawing everything that has, it has to have a rigid body. Yeah, I need to change that at some point, because not everything needs that in order to, like this thing for instance doesn't really need that level of stuff, but we actually have to add this here. Oh. So fire animation entity, we have options, position is going to be same position as the parent, and not sure why that's not the correct color, maybe because of this. Yeah. And then we have a bunch of this stuff, which doesn't actually matter. Static, solid, shape is actually doesn't matter. I'm just gonna say it's a it's that. Right, and then we don't care about this. What we do want to have though is we want to have follow, or what is this called? There is a component, I believe, that makes it follow its parent. I don't remember where it is. Offset, I believe it's called. Oops. Attached to this guy. Offset is 0, yes. So now it will, like, it would always follow the parent there. Okay. So now all this will happen when it's set on fire. Now what I also could do is, like, when it's set on fire, we could also have it, like, you know, maybe run faster, or maybe it gets stunned, it like stops in its tracks. Right now we only have like a walk state, but we could simply add stunned. Actually, this should be something like this. Or we could say yeah, set stunned. And we would have maybe a duration, and we would need to add the stun ends at timestamp. Also convention. All right, so then we get this, and we set this to duration, And we also set state to stunned. And here we simply say, oops, if is timer expired, oops, stun ends at, and then we set the state back to walk, I guess. Yeah. All right. Otherwise, it won't do anything. So if it's in this state, also we probably, do we want the behavior? We probably want the default behavior as well. Yeah. So default behavior. And okay, I have not done this here, but usually I have a common behavior. Actually, I usually call it common behavior, and then I have a common behavior event, and either you can be dead. I guess we can also be hurt. So common behavior event. I want to rename you to common behavior. And then if we're dead, we're setting this to dead, and then we also return dead. So that way we can actually handle that event as well. And then default damage behavior also returns a bool. If we're damaged, return hurt, otherwise return null. Right, because this might not actually get an event. Okay, and now we have to also say, if we get an event, we will switch on the event. If we're dead, we will return and not do anything. If we're hurt, we don't really care. There we go. And then we'll do the same thing basically here. Okay. We could probably, I'll just move this over here. Doesn't need to be public, I don't think. Right, we need a thing there. Okay, so instead of doing this, no wait, this is what we need to do, yeah. Oh yeah, now we have to actually, all right. Actually, it might have been good if it was there, but I'm just gonna put this, what's it called? Mossing state machine, yeah, stop. There we go. And what else? Right, so we can also then set stunned. And the duration, I don't know. Fire stun duration, I don't know. Let's just set that to something. No. Is 1 second, maybe? Or 2? 1.5? I don't know. Okay. So now it should get stunned. We should get a little animation. Actually, the animation also needs to have the same duration. So what we can do then is we could add a death component. We will initialize this with create timer. Yeah, create timer, fire, stun duration. So that will have the same. So that will get destroyed at that time. Cool. Great. And I think because we're like in the fixer system as well, this animation, I mean, it does have the offset, but I will also add these things to make it not fly around. No gravity, no air drag. Yeah. Friction we don't care about because it's not colliding with anything anyway. Okay. So I think that's it, actually. Let's try this. The question is, maybe I'm not sure if the fire animation is gonna work. We'll see. Oh, it does work. But okay. And then it did get stunned. But... Oh. We got a crash. Oh, I see. So the parent died. I think the offset system does not check if the parent is dead. Yeah. So we have to check here. Valid. If this is valid, if this is not valid, we will... I mean, essentially, if it's not valid, we should probably remove the offset component, but I'll just continue here. And then, so valid essentially means does the entity exist or not? And then this should be a try get. And if we don't get it, we also continue, and we should probably also, well, that would, no, we should keep this. There we go. Okay, let's see if that fixes the issue without checking the error or anything. I recommend checking the error first. But it was just a guess here. I also want to check if, while it's on fire, if we can actually like hurt it. Yes, we can. Okay, there we go. But the fire should probably disappear when it's dead, but I don't really have a very easy way to do that right now. Unless we store this fire animation as an entity here and remove it once the Mosaic dies. We could also we could have like a event system on the state machines. Okay, now we're thinking outside the box. I don't know. We could extend this to have event listeners that trigger on certain states. Maybe. That way, we could add an event listener that also will remove itself and will execute the code once it's set to dead. What we also could do is we could have a little fire animation state machine. which will yeah, actually what we could get the offset. And then we could check if it's dead. So attached for entity offset attached to, is this thing dead? Then we die. We should probably add that there. But yeah, anyway. So then we do that. And we can also add a dead state here, which doesn't do anything. Oops. Right, and now we just add a state machine. No, actually, we will, is it SMU, register state machine, fire animation. Oops. And it's going to be fire animation state machine initial. Oops. All right. Yeah, so we're continuously checking now if the parent is dead. If the parent is dead, we also kill ourselves. And then we're done. Right. Right. There we go. Yeah, let's try that. Well, that didn't work. Dev. Because this one simply, it adds the death components. The next frame, it will get destroyed. Oh, because it already has the death component. I see. I see. Right. So actually, what we could do then is we could get the death component. And we could just say destroy ad is equal to 0 now. So we just change when it's gonna get destroyed. All right. I'm just gonna assume this works. All right. So no, let's test it. It's not that big of a deal because it's like this is just testing. Like this doesn't even. I'm not even sure if this is how it's supposed to gonna be, but we're just testing things out. Boom. There we go. I mean, this is actually kind of fun. Maybe I'll change it into a shooter. Oh, that's kind of weird. Okay, so since we hit it before it spawned, it changed the state. It kind of circumvented the spawning animation. But why is it like going down there though? That's funny. Okay, I hit something. I don't know where. Oh, there we go. Like, why is it not... It should change the animation to walk. Maybe we don't actually do that at that stage. Yeah, the initial calls on spawn, which sets the animation to walk, and then we set the state to walk, which doesn't actually change the animation to walk. This should change the animation to walk, though. Like, walk should actually be... Instead of doing this, we should have a pre-function that sets the animation to walk. Yeah. Instead of doing it here, we just set it to walk. Right. And then here we have an update function that does that. There we go. But we are kind of circumventing this on spawn. This will never get called. I'm not sure. Like, there's probably... So what we could do is we could set a limit to the fireball. We could also... I mean, I'm gonna have to figure this out because right now it's like every enemy is essentially spawning in when you get close. That's when the enemies are spawning in. So before that, they're kind of like in this unspawned state, but they're still there. So they still have a collision thing going on, and you can still potentially hit them. So it's essentially my decision now. Do I want them, the unspawned enemies, to be able to be affected by things like this, or can you only attack them when they have spawned in? I'm leaning towards the latter, to when they're in their unspawned state, that they're basically invincible until they are... So essentially here, waiting to spawn is the initial state. Default waiting to spawn. So actually this is... We actually could... Waiting to spawn is a thing there. And here we have a pre, which adds add or replace invincible. ends at is infinite. And then, yeah, that's it. And then we have the update function, which will do this. So initial state is going to be waiting to spawn. Wait, why can't you do this? No, that's not. Okay. Actually, I'm just gonna call this initial. Update. All right, and then spawning should also be a thing. And here, or perhaps even in post here, post, actually, we will remove if exists invincible. All right, so now everything is spawning in the default behavior. Everything is invincible while it's spawned, or while we're pre-spawned. And then once we start to spawn, once an enemy starts to spawn, then they can be hurt. Yeah, and now we have a bunch of these. We have to change this to initial, but that's the better. Oh man, now you can't actually. Okay, so let's change you to a function actually. So initial is actually a function, and we'll simply set state to waiting to spawn. All right, that's fine. This does mean, though, that there is one frame that they are not invincible. So, like, the frame that they are created, essentially, they are not invincible. Or not really one frame, it's like half a frame. Wait. It's happening here. The invisible system happens before, which kind of this. I think this is removing pending damage if we're invincible. Oh, convention. Oh, it's different order each time. All right. Okay, whatever. We could also, like, we could set it here, but that's not a difference. There's no difference in there. The only difference is if we call the function when the, like, if we always add invincible whenever create a monster. Whatever. It's just one frame. It's probably, it's only if we have like some kind of attack that hits everything in the level as soon as you enter the screen. That you can actually damage unspawned creatures. Okay. Okay, let's try this. So now we shouldn't be able to hit unspawned things. And I think the last thing I want to do to stream is to add an environment thing that will block the player, like a, I don't know, a bunch of, like a bush or something, you know, like in Zelda. Oh my god, we can still hit it. Why? Oh no, is it because we heard it? Okay, I think it's because we're doing a manual hurt. Fire. I mean, maybe the fire system should just check, okay, are you invincible? If you're invincible, we don't do anything. I should add like a debug fast walk mode or something. I don't know. I'm not hearing anything. Okay. But then as soon as it's spawning in, we can actually... Cool. Okay. Cool. So we basically have like, okay, I guess one thing that we could do is we could also add like, you know, as the fireball system. When is this happening actually? This is happening like up here. So we could have like a what's it called? A damage, a dot damage on tick, or you know, the damage over time. Damage over time thing here as well. So we could have like damage is a, I think a U32. I think health. I should probably put that over here as a health int or health number. Let's put it here. Hello, Tsaraki. What's up? It's going good. I'm making a game. Health number. Yeah, so now let's do health number. Alright. Health number. And we just set you to 1. Right. No, we don't need that. But then we can have damage interval. And this could be a F64. And I don't know, let's just put 1 second or something. Okay. So then every second you will get 1 damage. Okay. And then that can change for each entity as well. So there's all the fireballs. Now we can go through all the things that have fire on them. So we'll do another view, which is going to be things on fire view. And it's going to be all things. Yeah, let's just do things that have fire settings and that are on fire. I guess we don't really know if they are on fire or not, actually. That's the thing. Like, there's no fire debuff that they have. It's just we call the fire function. And then that kind of handles what will happen when they are on fire. So maybe damage and damage interval, that could be like per monster instead of being this general thing, actually. So we'll go to Mossing here and we'll set this on fire. Now what we could do here then is we could say in our fire animation state machine, let's actually call this on fire state machine instead. So I think, yeah, we need like a state here. So on fire component, next fire damage at, and so we'll add this to this guy on fire. And here we will get on fire attached context get on fire. And then we will check if is timer expired on fire, next fire damage at, then we will deal damage. So we'll get the health component of the attached thing. We will hurt. Actually, this is bad because, yeah, we have to check for invincibility here as well. I guess we can do this. If attached has invincible, if we don't have invincible, we'll do this. Hurt And then I guess fire damage. But what we want to also do is we want to set this to the next tick. And duration is... That's also like fire damage interval. Let's do 1. So it will get actually 2 ticks of damage because the stun duration is 1.5, so it will get... And this is the actual fire duration. I would call this the fire duration and not stun. So duration is 1.5, so we'll receive 2 ticks of damage from this. Okay. Yeah. Boom. Okay. So it seems like it did take damage, like 2 damage, because they have 3 health. So, and I only hit it once after it burned. But I only heard like 1... Interesting. Oh, wait. That's right. So we also actually do this here, which we don't want to do. There we go. We set you a stun, we add on fire. And everything else is for fire animation. What art do you want for the game? It's not final, right? Yeah, it's not final. Especially the fire. The fire, the fire animation now is that's a super test animation that I'm just trying out this mechanic basically. And all the other art is basically me kind of learning pixel art at the same time as trying to make something here. But at the same time, I'm also open for later when, you know, where I've come a little bit farther in the game development for someone hiring someone to make the art or something like that. We'll see though. I'm making some art to kind of have something, you know, to look at and present to kind of, you know, show the vision a little bit. But it's not final. You do not have the background. No, there's no background. There was background at some point, but I removed it because it wasn't. I'm gonna add some background at some point. So there's going to be background. Pixel, why not like in Hollow Knight? Because I don't actually like the graphics in Hollow Knight. I mean, okay, I like the terrain graphics in Hollow Knight. The thing is though, so I like the terrain art. I don't actually like the character art in Hollow Knight, but it's an amazing game and I love the game. I played it all the way through, and Silk Song as well. But the thing is, I like the terrain art in Hollow Knight. It looks really cool. But I do enjoy 8-bit graphics, so I like more pixel art stuff. So for me, this is more my kind of vibe, like with pixel art. And I don't know. It's probably also easier to make, probably because the Hollow Knight is like it's higher resolution, right? So, um, yeah, that's like some of the reasons why it looks like it looks right now. I don't know. I don't know what it is about the character art in Hollow Knight. I'm just kind of put off by it, but also it doesn't hinder me from playing the game and enjoying the game. So for me, it's more about the gameplay than graphics. But yeah, like I don't know what it is about the character art, but it's just something about the flatness of it and the kind of cartoonish style. It doesn't really speak to me, but it's still an amazing game. So it doesn't take away from the fact that it's still amazing. Like I still rate it like 10 out of 10. For me personally. So anyway, I'm gonna refill my coffee. I'll be right back, and we'll see what's happening. Be right back. All right. Oops. Because like the graphics of Hollow Knight. When I first saw it, I didn't know anything about it. Like I think I saw it when it came out, and I was like, man, the graphics look weird. But then I tried it, and I just got instantly hooked on the gameplay and everything. So I'm just being honest. Like I'd like pixel art better, but yeah, it doesn't hinder me from playing those games. So anyway, enough about that. I'm not trying to put the game down or anything. I'm just being honest with how I felt when I played the game. But the art creates the atmosphere of the game. Without it, would be a lower level game. Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? Like you can still have an atmospheric game with pixel art as well. Like, have you played? I recently played like Animal Well. That is very incredibly atmospheric. Or do you mean? I mean, I wouldn't call it lower level. Like just because it's pixel art doesn't mean it's lower level. Like imagine they made Hollow Knight as a pixel art game. It doesn't, but it has the exact same gameplay and everything. It's just the art that changed. I wouldn't say, like for me personally, I would love it, and they could still have the same like atmospheric stuff happening. Um, yeah, I would totally enjoy that. Suspension of disbelief. How does that play in here? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, I mean, there's like the Hollow Knight fully do it. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, could you explain more in detail? Um, well, it's just my personal preference as well. Like, I just like pixel art. Like, it's my personal preference. I know that there are a bunch of others that also like it. It doesn't really matter because it's my game, so I can decide what I want, how I want it to be. So, but of course, I know that my pixel art is not the greatest. Of course, it's pretty bad. It's pretty horrendous actually sometimes. So I'll probably get a proper pixel artist to make the graphics, and I also want this to be a little bit more atmospheric and stuff. And I probably are going to involve shaders at some point to get some cool, effects as well as kind of trying to keep like the 8-bit feel of it as well. So it's gonna be interesting. But I really like the 8-bit feel. That's that's the main point here. The atmosphere, the story, and the art. Like when you do not see the game as a game but as a living world, you stop seeing it as someone's creation but real thing. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, but you can that can still happen with a pixel art game. I would argue. Like you could watch like a live action. You could watch like a IRL movie or like a live action movie and still. I mean, I can still be out of the movie and think it's ridiculous or something like that. I don't think it's about the graphics. I think it's more both like the ability to for the person who is experiencing it to actually have suspension of disbelief, and then also well, it is like when you're playing a game. Of course, you are playing the character in the game, so you're like it's not like you're thinking like, oh, this isn't realistic or something like that. Like you can spit fireballs. That's not realistic. That you don't think that when you play a game, right? You think, yeah, this makes sense in the world of the game, right? But okay, I see kind of what you mean. I mean, maybe some people need the graphics to be better in order to not get this arcadey maybe feeling of the game or something like that. I can see that, but again, I really like the aesthetics of an 8-bit game, so that's what I'm going with. The point not in the 8-bit versus the other, but in the art itself. You say that you not like it, so you have some thoughts that is a game. I mean, just because I had this initial reaction when I started playing Hollow Knight that I didn't like the character art or the graphics of the characters in the game. It wasn't like appealing to me. It's the same with like I don't know, Bindings of Isaac has kind of the same, cartoony flatness to it. It feels kind of like a Flash game. Sorry, I don't mean to be demeaning or anything. It's just my personal experience is like it threw me back to, hey, this looks like those vector graphics Flash games that I played 20 years ago or something. Uh, that's the feeling I got, and but I could set aside that because the game itself was really amazing. And in the end, I didn't really care about how it looked. And at some point, it was a Flash game. Oh, really? Cool. I mean, that there you go. In Game Jam. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and my personal preference is that I don't really like those graphics. So that's just it. And but it's still, as I said, it's still, I could still play the game. I could still fully enjoy the game. I didn't because graphics is not like my main concern when it comes to a game. Like the gameplay is the main thing when it comes to a game for me personally. Like I'm not huge into story or graphics, things like that. Um, I really like gameplay. So yeah, it, it just because I didn't like the art, the character art initially, did not mean that I could enjoy it as others would also enjoy the same game. Because after a while it kind of phased out. I didn't think about it anymore. It was like it was just in the beginning where I was a little bit put off, but then after a while I was like, well, this is nice anyway, so I'm just gonna continue and like I think I almost like 100% of the game or whatever. I don't remember it. Okay, so anyway, um, so art, you're achieving the goal of storytelling and stuff. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like I'm not like big on stories and stuff like that. I mean I have a little story in this game that I've been thinking about, but then there's also like because there's gonna be NPCs, they're gonna have their little, the idea is that they're gonna have stuff going on in their lives, and maybe that ties in with the quests and stuff like that. Maybe the NPCs can have they're like moving around and doing stuff. I don't know. We'll see though. But maybe I will get some kind of. I don't know if I'm gonna get a writer in to write like more detailed stuff. I have like stuff for like world building stuff or like yeah, the world, how it works, sort of, not the entire world but this small part of the world basically. How you create a metroidvania feeling need to do is text and story. I don't think it needs text and story. For me, a metroidvania is more about exploration, uh, combat, platforming, upgrades, and reaching new areas with upgrades that you get. That's basically Metrovania for me. I don't think story is super important. For me, at least. Like there are Metrovanias that doesn't have story at all. I mean, it's kind of an untold story, I guess. Like it doesn't have to be walls of text. I don't think so. I don't think it does have. I don't think it has to have story. Like that. That's not the main focus of a Metrovania. I don't think. Not for me, at least. But this game is going to have story. Like it's going to have story. So it's going to have more story than other Metrovanias that I've played. Uh, you're saying about the game, I was saying about suspension of disbelief. Like without the text, story, and art, it will not get the feeling. Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that's another thing, though. I think that's like it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with Metroidvania. I think it's more how your attachment to the world that you're playing in. And I think that what I want to have the player to feel like they're in this world and moving around and making things happen in the world. Like there's some things that I've planned that you can change things and things are living, moving and stuff. So hopefully, I mean, I think it's probably difficult to get that feeling. Like Hollow Knight is like it's like on top of the line when it comes to games like this. Like Hollow Knight is one of the best metroidvanias there is. Also, it's huge. It's a huge metroidvania game. So I don't think it's fair to compare. But hey, I don't know. Hello, Cash Wasabi. What's up? Are you done with your engine? I mean, it's like an ongoing. It's like an ongoing progress. I'm building the game and the engine and the editor at the same time. But I mean, it's essentially I have most things that I need to just continue developing. Because of art and story and some text that we discover. Yeah, so my idea for this game, is that you are going to find basically like ancient artifacts, like ancient, because there's like an ancient civilization that lived in the same place that you're like exploring, and you're gonna find these ancient tablets with like ancient text on them, and so you're probably gonna try to kind of decipher or something, maybe. I don't know, we'll see. But you're gonna find like bits and pieces, maybe like clues to secrets or some story, or we'll see. I had a very bad time. It didn't work on my engine for quite a while. How are you coping with it and AI being so intrusive? Well, I try to use AI for things. I haven't used AI for this particular game very much, I don't believe. It's really very rare cases where I get help from AI in this. I believe it was like when I was doing the camera boundary thing. So in this level here, there's a corridor section, and then there's so it's like an upside down T. So there's a corridor, and then there's a shaft, and the camera is kind of locked in this corridor here, right? And then when you get to the middle here, you can go up. So then the camera kind of unlocks upwards when you're here, and then there's a little bit of different like camera settings, and I was like, when I was trying to implement this system, I can show you how it works here. So now we're in the corridor, and if we jump up, the camera is like locked in this corridor here. It's kind of high roof here. I should probably like lower it or something, but anyway. And then you get up here, and you can see that there's a transition point. Just gonna deal with these guys. There's a transition point here. You can see the camera kind of moves up slightly and down. So that is the transition. So now we enter like a new state of the camera, and then we jump up here. We also lock in now we're locked in like the vertical, or I mean the horizontal, I mean. So we move over here, the camera doesn't move anymore. And that is essentially just taken from basically Hollow Knight, like how it works in Hollow Knight, sort of. And then here was a secret that we opened, and you go in here and the camera kind of shifts over to this corridor here. So how I do it is that I have these entities on the map that are called camera settings, and they're essentially a rectangle. So once you're like inside one of these rectangles, so we have these regions here. When you're inside one of the rectangles, it will take the properties of that rectangle as the camera settings. A lot of questions. Why does your Zig look like JavaScript? Does it? I didn't realize. I mean, I don't know. Maybe because JavaScript is like what I use when I work normally. Yeah, the tweening, it's like there's a smooth transition, so I have like a timer on the transition. The time, I set a timer. I basically have, I can show you here, camera. So when it's kind of complicated, but it's like when essentially we detect whenever you transition, whenever you go from one camera boundary to another, and once we do that, this function is called, and so we store the old position of the camera, which is important. We also calculate this whole thing over here is calculating which direction should we like you saw the camera move upwards, so it's like which direction do we need to worry do we need to adjust in order to adhere to this new boundary rules. And that could either be horizontal or vertical. That's it. If it's horizontal, then the camera shifts horizontally. If it's vertical, it shifts vertically. Yeah, this is like just because I'm trying to see if two floats are equal, so I'm using this approximate equal just to get a little bit of leeway margin, like if they're like within some boundary. So essentially I'm checking here like, okay, is the difference between the two boundaries, is the camera position different for the two boundaries in one of these directions? If it's not different, then we shouldn't actually cause a transition horizontally or vertically, depending on that. Because otherwise, the transition will look like it's not going straight up. It's going like to the side, like it's going at an angle, and that looks pretty weird. Yeah. So, and then because potentially both could be set to true, bools, why no bit mask? I mean, I don't know. I just implemented it like this. I didn't go overboard with it or anything. This was also in the process of, this is like the first draft as well. I was just trying to make it work. So I even have, this old code which still is here. Good choice. I'm just messing with. Okay. Great. That's called micro optimization. Yeah. Did you write your own ECS? No, I didn't. I'm using a library which is really good called well, it's not called ECS, but it's this here, Zig-ECS. I mean, I have written ECS like libraries before, so I kind of know like how it works and how you can set up different types of ECS systems, which is I recommend doing before you actually use it, because that really gets you into grips on how it works. it's also fun exercise. But then it's like, now I don't want to write at the ECS. I want to, sorry about that. I want to use just, you know, a library. And this library is really nice in Zig. It's basically a port of the C++, I believe, library called NTT. So, and this is how it's spelled here. Kind of wrote my own ECS. I use a megastruct that is basically just an array of things because it's just 20 megabytes with 20,000 units. Okay. So it's one array of game objects, or that has a bunch of booleans, or what? Okay. Cool. Bit masks. Oh, sorry. And attributes, yeah. And where's the data, though? So, and there are no regrets using ECS? I don't think, no, there's no regrets. I think it's pretty cool, because, especially in Zig, because it kind of acts like a little dependency action container as well. So I could use this. We have this registry. This is the main. This is like the container of all components and all entities and everything. And I can use that. There's actually, you can add singletons, which is, you know, where you could keep things that are only need to be one instance. So for instance, I could get my allocator. I could get the allocator out from this container, for example. Which is really nice, because then I just need to pass around this registry and I can access basically anything in the game. And if you have an entity, you can get any component out of the entity. You can add components. I mean, ECS is easily my favorite way of doing things. But I'm not like going hardcore ECS. Like, I'm not a proponent of doing that. I'm a proponent of doing like, use the right tool for the right task. The physics system is actually like, the data stored is not actually stored in the ECS system. So that's stored in its own array, basically. Imagine OOP like a compression algorithm, but you don't compress and you have it all laid out and just query whatever you want, speaking the game already, right? I'm just using the session struct with chunks in which there are pre-allocated array of units. So I can get 60 FPS of 3000 units in Pentium G and integrated graphics. Okay. But I don't really need to optimize that much here. If I only do update positions of things without any collisions, right now with my engine I can get like a couple of 100,000 entities moving around with the physics system. But that's because I'm using like I'm using vectorized physics updates. But I really don't need that. And I know you can go probably a lot higher as well. I mean, I've seen people doing like millions, but I'm not sure exactly how. But but anyway, this essentially, how, like, there's probably gonna be maximum of like 100 entities maybe on screen at once. I'm not sure actually, because I'm still in early development. I would think, like, right now it's like, I'm not really sure, like, if I'm gonna add like a bunch of particles or something like that, or I probably, if I'm gonna have particles, I'll probably add a separate system for that. That's probably gonna be outside of the ECS system. yeah, collisions, like I can have also so for collisions is, let's see, for collisions I have a spatial grid hash for the tile map. So this the ground here is in a grid spatial hash map, but the entities are actually in a quad tree. So I have two different systems working kind of together, sort of. Where's the quad? I'm pretty sure if I press Q, it should show the quad tree. It doesn't do it. Yeah, anyway. But yeah, previously I only had a quad tree, and then for all the tiles here, they were actually spawned in as like their own entities in the ECS system and added into the quad tree. And I had a small optimization where if you had adjacent horizontal lines of tiles, they would be merged into one tile. So you would have, this would be one entity, and then this would be another entity, and then this would be an entity, and this would be an entity. So everything was in the grid, or in the quad tree, I mean. And that kind of worked until I had until I spawned a bunch more things. So in this map, for example, this is a larger map. There's maybe like, I don't know, 10, 15 enemies or something. And then you go over to a place over here. I'm gonna try to avoid these things. Okay, then we go up here. And I open this chest, and whenever I open this chest, it would just grind to a halt because it spawned 30 gems. But then I changed it so that now the tiles are all in the spatial grid hash instead. And so now it's very, very good. Streaming is so powerful. You can literally do it for audio, assets, collisions, other stuff. What do you mean streaming collisions? Is there a build tester play? Yes. There is like an older build. It's not the latest. I'll probably update it at some point. But you can actually test it. Although I say this every time because people have been asking. But there is an issue with when you press space, the page scrolls down because that's how browsers act when you press space. Or at least my browser. Hashing areas of locations. Yeah, so essentially how it works is that if let's see if I can get this up here. We have physics, and then we have the collision, and we have, here's the grid hash. And this is a very simple one because the only information we need is because this game there's no slopes or anything like that. So the only thing we have is basically a grid where each cell is either solid or not solid. In browser, I mean, because it's because it's easier to test. You don't have to download it. I mean, the actual game is an executable. But you can test it in the browser. Yeah. Although the gamepad does not work. I've tried the gamepad on the browser, but it doesn't work. Unfortunately. I mean, I guess I could provide the executables. I didn't think about that, but what operating system do you have? Do you want to test in? I could compile for Windows and I mean Linux as well, I guess. You can build it to Windows 64. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can do that. I just have to upload it and stuff and create a link. I guess I can create like a zip file or something for an early build. And then you probably have to click like, do you really want to run this game? Okay, so I don't remember if I have. I have this. What's it like? No. I don't remember what this was. Well, now you've seen that. Yeah, so I can copy the exe onto the server or the zip file onto the server, and I can put a link on the project page to that, I believe. But in the meantime, you can play the WebAssembly version. What is this? You need a password required to view this page. Cache wasabi. It's kind of my progress, but web doesn't have threading. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Actually, I wonder how that works with WebAssembly. Because now I'm actually using multi-threading with the grid, not the grid hash, but the quad tree. If you have a lot of entities, it starts to use multi-threading. I guess if it's not available, it will just do it without multi-threading because I'm using the abstraction, the IO abstraction thing. Oh, so you're also writing a Zig. Nice. Uh, Oh man, this, I just realized that how did I miss this? This is not conforming to the convention. Okay, I have to change that at some point. Where are we? What are we doing here? So I did the fire thing. So what I want to do now is I want to add a little bush thing. So let me bring up the graphics here. I'll create a new. Oh, nice color. And we'll call you bush, I guess. I mean, it's kind of weird to have a bush because it's gonna be small. Because the creatures in this game are very tiny. And so having a bush that is small is weird. Right? Do you agree? No, that's not how I want it to be. I want it to be double dashed. How do you use multi-threading in 0.16? You use the IO. I can show you actually, because I have it. We have to go here, and then here, and we have collision. Let's just go here. Collision. Quad tree. I've done some experiments there, so there's a bunch of different shit in here. And here's like the group somewhere. Here we go. So here are some. Here's a little bit of multi-threading for you. So I'm using a group, which is a way to gather multiple. Like if you want to run like a bunch of threads at the same time, you can create a group of threads and then await for all of them to finish at the end. So I'm creating a group, and then I'm initializing them up here, and then at the end I will await, which will wait for all the things there, and then at the end we're done. So that's one way of doing that. And the group, then you can say group.async, which will spawn a new thread. Well, it won't necessarily spawn a new thread because it depends on the implementation you're using. I'm using the implementation we get from main. So essentially, if we go to main, you get this init input here, which has an IO instance on it. And this is what you use then. Well, you can use this, or you can make your own IO instance. But this is the one that comes with main, so I'm just using that. Yeah, so the thing is, you have to remember here, the group does not create like brand new threads, right? Unless we need it. I mean, what it's doing is essentially the async here is going into the IO implementation, requesting a thread if it, I guess if it needs to. I think it just does it actually. Group async. Oh, it's calling a special function here actually. But this one, if we go to, it depends on the implementation. So if we go to IO, and then I believe this one is threaded, is the one that comes with main here. You can actually check that out. If we go to main and then init, we can see that the IO says the default okay, I believe in like in the, okay, I believe in the release notes they said that it was threaded, I believe. But here's the threaded implementation. And when you call, let's say, group async here, then it has a pool, I believe. So it has like a pool of threads, and it has a maximum amount. If you exceed the amount of threads that you can spawn, then it will just run it in the main thread, I think. Yeah, here's the pool thing. So here's where we actually spawn a new thread. This is the place we spawn a new thread. Okay. Otherwise, if we're single threaded, that's like a setting you can set when you compile. Does something else. I guess group async eager is like just running it just runs the thing, yeah. Actually, I'm not sure if we always spawn a new thread, actually. I guess we do. Because isn't that a kind of an expensive... Oh, so what's this implementation now? Oh, that's the... I don't know. I thought that it would reuse maybe threads. I'm not sure. Maybe not. But anyway, it was actually it was kind of fast anyway. So yeah. But yes, this happens every frame. So what this is doing is essentially I've populated the quad tree. That also happens every frame. Every frame we populate the quad tree. Actually, it happens like 8 times per frame because of the physics substeps. So yeah. But yeah, let's see. I want to add a bush. Why? 8 times per frame is because of precision. Because there was like precision issues if you did it less times, I guess. I'm not sure how necessary it is for this specific game, but I can try and lower the physics substeps. It was like when I implemented the physics engine and I tried, some physics demos and stuff like that. If I only had it one time, like one update per frame, it was like, but if you have a bunch of boxes falling on each other and stuff like that, it looked kind of weird. They were like, yeah, it didn't work properly. If you do it like more times per, and this is from some documentation that I read, that if you have multiple updates per frame, it actually becomes more precise because you're doing like smaller time steps. But maybe for this game it's not necessary, probably. I don't actually know, but it doesn't really matter because it fits in the frame pretty comfortably anyway. So it's like I have a lot of leeway when it comes to the frames, at least on my computer. I mean, maybe we can optimize it because it really doesn't probably require that much, this game. Okay, let's just make some I will probably go and open up an existing, like the tile map or the tile sheet here. Which one is it? I have like a multiple. And just get a color from here. Get this color, and then I'll change it a little bit so it's like different. Look at this pixel art. So there we go. Now we have this, but I would probably, if I change the hue a little bit, or maybe a little bit brighter perhaps. So it's gonna be, I don't know, I don't really know what how it's supposed to be, but I'll just do a couple of these maybe. I don't know, it's supposed to look like some tangled mess of twigs, or I don't know. Okay. It's called bush, but it's more like just, I don't know. It's supposed to be a blocking thing. Maybe it should be too wide. 2 tiles high or something. Wait, why are you... Excuse me. I don't know, so how do you do that physics update, Saraki? Alright. There we go, and then we save that. Why do you create the tiles, not just the things, like in Hollow Knight, as you did say that you like the background of Hollow Knight? Yeah, I mean, I do like the background of Hollow Knight, but that doesn't mean that I want my game to look like that. I want to have it, you know, the 8-bit style, the pixel, like, blocks stuff. Okay, so that is now done, and then we can create our little entity. I should have a stream in these things instead of synchronously having that. You want to see the code? I mean, I guess you could more like explain what, like, I don't know, overall, like how you're doing it. Okay, how many lines of code is it? All right, bush. It's gonna be 32 by 16 by 32. We need a texture. Sorry, bush. And there's the thing, and then we save. And there we go. So there's our little bush. And I guess we can add it somewhere. Doesn't really matter where it is. Let's just add it over here so that we have it somewhere. All right, there's our bush. Cool. And if we run it, we don't see it because we need to actually implement it first. So we have a couple of things we need to do. We have to go to here and add this thing. I'm gonna add like environment maybe. Push. Doesn't actually have anything though. So this would, I mean, actually it could have a property. It's like if it's burned down or not, maybe. No, the bush. That could be yeah, that could be added later in the. That's gonna be the save thing that's gonna handle that. So we have the bush is no properties. Like controlling functions, 100 lines, and the interaction function more like 80 lines. Okay, but what about the? Okay, so interaction is that? Does that include the physics stuff? All right, so we'll have a bush. The bush will Alright, so we can make a new thing. So we have like monster items and so on. We can add a environment. And here we can add a bush. Whoops. Bush.sig. So here we'll have a bush. We'll have a bush state machine. We'll do init entity. Just checking the chunks in the grid, and for each chunk, check 9 neighbors, and then check pre-allocated arrays of units and towns. Okay. I'll say okay. So you only have like a grid. What kind of collision shapes do you have? Like, are the units and stuff? Can they be like, do they always occupy an entire cell, or can they be like part of a cell? Can they overlap other cells? I can copy the code to your Discord server. It's 10 seconds. Look, you will understand it. Okay, yeah, sure. Do it. Thank you. Just the circles. Okay. And let's see. Init entity, we need like registry. Oops. Right, so here we create the bush. And we will. So let's also. Have this push, or yeah, import environment push. Yeah. Monsters, devices, upgrades, environment. push int entity. All right. Cool. So now we create the entity. We want to add. Let's actually create the context as well. Then we need the time. Oh. Wait. There we go. Registry entity T. All right. So now we can add. As well. Okay, whoops. We can add. No. Actually, it's gonna be. Register state machine, which is gonna be push state machine dot initial. All right. So then we also need the state that we're in to start with, and that's going to be push state is going to be either not burned or burned. It's gonna, or alive or dead, or I don't know. It's gonna be like I guess alive, burned, and this is a push state, and it's gonna be starting out as alive. And I guess technically we could add a property to the entity which would like determine if it starts out as alive or dead, but or alive or burned, but whatever. Let's just do this for now. And then here we would get the state, so we would get the bush, and we would check if the state is alive. Actually, let's do a switch on the state because it's an enum. Then we want to set the state to idle or alive, maybe. Otherwise, we set it to burned. And yeah. And so we have the alive state. When we enter the state, we want to set animation to. Oh yeah, we need to create animations as well. So this will basically be alive, and otherwise we have burned, which we set it to burned. And we don't actually have that animation. So I think that if it's burned, we're simply gonna, it's simply gonna be dead, essentially. So I'm just gonna, it's just gonna be an empty function here. And you can't do anything with it. Function. Okay, and then update while it's alive. No, we can check if it's on fire or not. So essentially, we want to check. Well, actually, what we want is we want to add fire settings. consumes fireballs, true. And then on fire, it's going to be on fire. So essentially, we don't actually need an update on alive, because the on fire will actually change the states here. So the update here won't actually do anything. Which is kind of going against. No, actually what we do is we set the state to be burning, actually. Yes. So state, and then state.state is burning. I guess if we go in here again and if state.state is not equal to alive, we return. Okay. The state is burning. We want to also add like a fire animation here. But for now, I'm going to say that we do want to check update. So we do want to grab the state and we want to check if the state is equal to burning. Actually, we can switch on state. If it's alive, we don't do anything. If it's burning, we actually want to set the state to burning. And we also want some kind of duration. So burning ends at. So burning ends at is going to be burn duration. A copy to the gamedev file. Okay, thank you. I'll check it out. Burn duration is going to be, I don't know, 2 seconds. And we'll add burning. So this will check, we'll grab the state, we'll check if this has expired. If it has, then we set the state to burned. Yo, code guy, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? And if we're burning, we can't really get this here, I guess. Or maybe we can. I mean, then we just set the state to burning, I guess. Yeah. Has no member named alive. The state. Oh, set state.state. There we go. Right, and then burned is not really possible, but I guess if we're burned, then we just set the state to burn. Okay. There we go. So we can be set on fire. Now what's good on this is like the on fire, this is very generic, so this could come from any source. Now it's very tied to the fireball right now, but essentially we probably don't need to change this a lot later. So it's basically, yeah, if when you're set on fire, call this function. Okay, we're getting set on fire. We will set the things and then we're done. And then the next time alive is checking here. Oh, we're burning, so let's set the state to burning. Here we also need to create the burning animation. But we can try this out right now. You added burning damage. I mean, yeah, actually I did. I'm trying out a little... I'm trying out the fire effects stuff. Oh, it actually crashed. Okay, what is the issue? It's probably we need like, oh yeah, hang on. I forgot a couple of things actually. So we have this entity. We need to create animations for it, even though it doesn't really have animations per se, but it does have graphics, and everything that has graphics needs an animation in my game here. So I guess this will be alive. And this is 16 by 32. We need the texture. And there we go. There's that. There we go. So now we have that. The other thing we need to do, well, now we need to generate, and so now we should have that animation there. We also need to initialize the animation. So I believe we have like init now. Where is that? If you go to mossing, for example. Actually, this is in a monster. I'm gonna copy this. Go to environment. Let's add init environment entity. Game. Add spider and bats. No, because this game is like you're playing as a tiny person. Like you're playing like a bat would be huge, and a spider would be very large as well. And I've also like the idea of the game is also like there's not gonna be any actual like critters or anything. I think that's my initial thought anyway. It's like these pixies, they have like a magical shield around their village, and around the surrounding area. So essentially there's no animals, there are no insects or anything in this game basically. So yeah, but the monsters that come alive are like part of the terrain. They're like magical beings that come alive from nothing, or from the terrain around surrounding it. So there is basically, yeah, that's what they, or they're ghosts of like pixies or other things, spirits and stuff like that. What's happening here? Why is it like this? Why are you like this? Oh, there we go. No, that's not it. Oh, sorry. There we go. Okay, I look at the code. It's a shame there's no syntax highlighting for Zig. All right, I'll check it out. I'll check it out and later. All right, vector. Right, so we'll have this here. Oops. Oh yeah, monster tag. Well, we don't need that. Default hitbox, sure. All right. It's going to have spells. Like what? Spells like what? I don't know that abbreviation. Or I can't think of it right now. It's going to have well, that is still up for debate. Like I'm not sure if it's going to be you get the idea is that you find these elemental stones that correspond to one of the elements. So you will get a fire stone, a water stone. Once you get a fire stone, you could potentially unlock then like abilities that have to do with fire or use fire in some capacity. But exactly how that's gonna work, I still don't really know. Clash of Clans? Well, that was a reference I did not expect in this game. Clash of Clans? Isn't that like a RTS or something? Or what? I actually never played this, actually. I just seen, like, you know, ads and stuff. But that really is not... the same type of game. I don't know. I don't know what... I don't know what you mean. I've never played it, so I don't know what kind of spells they have. Okay. What's happening here? Right, so we need to import init environment entity from environment.zig. And we call this with context. Position is going to be... That is right. We should probably... We have a position here, actually. We get the position from here. That's position. And then options. Okay. Where's the position? Oh, I see. We pass the entity in, which has the position, right? So this is like scene, yeah. This is like the scene entity. There we go. Hello, Mabdo. Welcome back. How's it going? So this would be like entity position or scene entity position. There we go. All right. Now over here, hitbox. Yeah. Actually, it's optional. Set to no. What the hell? So hitbox, I'm pretty sure we can get that from the entity type. The people in your place don't play Clash of Clans. I mean, I played. Yeah, I know it's extremely popular. I've just never played it, and I probably never will because I don't want to get hooked on those types of games. Like I did play a similar game, which was made by the same company, I believe, because all those stuff of clans. But that one was it was like a PvP. Like you played, you will build card, like you build like a deck of cards, and you play and you play a card. You will summon like armies that will go to. It's like an almost like an auto battler, but with a little tiny bit of RTS elements. Clash Royale. Yeah, maybe that was it. I don't remember. Clash Royale. Yes, that looks like the thing I played. Yes, and that was actually kind of fun. But it was just like, I don't know. I just, there's just something about that game which made me not want to play it anymore. It was fun, but it was also like I don't want to sit and grind a whole bunch. You know, like I really had grinding is one of my worst enemies in games, and that's why I quit playing World of Warcraft as well. Okay. Uh, hitbox. Which is kind of funny because idle games are like one of my, I don't know, go-to genres at like some periods in my life. Is like, well, I really fancy like an idle game, like a game that I don't have to think, basically, and just looking at numbers that go up. And that's like the ultimate grind game because there's essentially no gameplay and you just click on buttons and things go up. Which is kind of insane. It's like it's like a primal human behavior. It's like getting at some kind of psychology, like it's scratching some kind of, I don't know, neurological nerve somewhere in your brain in like its purest form. Games are made to grind and spend money. Not really, not all games. Like, have you played Dota, for example? You don't need money to spend to play Dota. It's free, and you can buy stuff, but it's all cosmetics. Or like TFT. I think, or no, TFT do you have like different, I don't know, maybe, yeah, TFT or like what the hell is it called, like auto chess. Yeah, Hearthstone is like a grindy, that is potentially pay to win, you know, but it's like half pay to win, because you can still play, you know, and get a lot of cards and stuff for free. But the battlegrounds is like, yes, you can pay for certain perks, but it's like it doesn't really matter too much. So that is, I wouldn't call that pay to win. But yeah, there's a lot of games that are not pay to win, or like grinding and spend money. Hollow Knight is maybe a better example. Zelda. What are we doing? We need a B. We need V. All right. And true. Okay, that's the hitbox. What else do we need? Scene entity. Right. There we go. I guess it's optional as well. Okay. Wait. Oh, wait. Master rules in it. You are what? Oh, you're this thing. Okay, sure. Criminal case. What is that? Okay, there we go. Is that it? Animations. Right. So we need animation container, and then animations is going to be, what's happening? Animation bush. Dot resource. And then the key is going to be alive. That's snake case. Yes. It's the damage or touch. No. Health. I'm just gonna delete all this. Draw layer. Right. I think it's a U size. Draw layer. Well, monster draw layer. Item device. Environment draw layer. It's probably gonna be in front. It could, I guess it could depend on the thing, but we'll put it +2. We'll put it, or minus. I think the player is in front. -1 is behind. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Draw layer environment. It's a detective kind of game. Find clues, catch a criminal. One girl told me to play in school. Play with her until I left school. Is it a computer game? Oh, criminal case. Oh. It's a... And a screaming kebab case is a criminal casing. I was like, what should I choose? Okay, draw layer is environment draw layer. It should probably be baked into here actually, but all right. There we go. Direction. I don't think we need that. Drop on death. No. I'm just gonna remove all stuff here that we don't really need. Oh, U32. Sure. Collision groups. Yes, we do want to have that. Collision groups is environment. I guess we'll have a new one. We probably don't really need one, but we can reuse. Environment collides. I mean, it's gonna be like static. So we probably don't need to add this here, but whatever. It's also, players also gonna collide with environment. Static is gonna be true. Solid is gonna be true. I guess we could add it as a thing here. All right. Cool. So we have our basic setup for this entity. Quaver Terratech. I've never heard of those. I'm out of the loop when it comes to new games, it seems. There's so many games coming out. So now we have a bush. Hopefully. Let's see if it doesn't crash, if it crashes now or if it doesn't crash. But now we've added a rigid body, we have the animations. Okay, what is the error? State machine, bush 22. Oh, we need to add the bush, right? We need to add this, of course. Add bush. I wish that would give me a better error message, but it is kind of easy to see what the issue is, but it would be nice if it like told me what's going on. Okay, so now we have this bush over here. Look at this fancy bush, and it's blocking the player. So good, that's good, because now we can use it to block paths and stuff. And then if I throw a fireball, it should be set on fire, but it's not. Okay, great. Maybe it is. We'll see. Because we didn't add the animation yet. But I actually, if we go to, let's go to mossing and we'll go to on fire. I want to take this thing and yeah, basically this. Actually, we could add this as well. And we can add a function here, which is going to be create a fire animation. On this one. Okay, and then we'll get this back. So we'll get the fire animation conflict back. Okay, and then we'll take this guy. The problem here is that we need this on fire thing as well. I'm starting to get a bit hungry. How do we solve this? Because I don't want this behavior on all of them. But whatever. Let's just let's actually just, I don't know. Okay, what we could do is we could have this state machine. And like we could have destroy when offset when parent is dead. Okay. And then we don't really have this. So this state machine, we will actually say register state machine by key, and we'll have a special key for this one. And the key will be like fire animation. I'll actually put this here. Fire animation context key. So now that is separate. Okay. And this will be destroy when parent is dead, initial. Fire duration, right. Yeah, so we could have, we could just get the duration here, I guess. Yeah. Duration. All right. Cool. So now, what we do is we can still do that. Well, we still need this here. There we go. And we can also register state machine by key. No, what we do is we get fire animation context, which is going to be yeah, this is what we need to import now. So we need to import create fire animation from fire. Oops. And the duration is fire duration. Okay, so now we have this. Now we can say register on this context. No. We will register on fire. And actually this would be on fire context key. and then the initial state will be on fire state machine dot initial. There we go. However, yes, and then we don't need other state there. There we go. Then here we actually need to, when we set different states here, this has to be for key now, and then this is like a key here. There we go. There we go. So we essentially have support for having multiple state machines on one entity, but they have to have a separate key. So you have to make sure to put the correct key when you need to change the state of one state machine. So there we go. Okay. So now we have a way of creating a fire animation that is separate from the damage as well. So this creates the fire animation, and which will also destroy itself once the parent is dead as well. And it will just be at the center of the parent. And now here it's a little bit more simple to create a fire, because when we get on fire, we stun ourselves, we add on fire, and we create a fire animation, and we also add this state machine, which handles the damage over time for this particular monster. So now we can set the bush on fire, and it will show up as a fire as well, hopefully. So let's try it out. And also the monster, yeah, so now they share that functionality. And I should probably also try to create some generic damage over time for the fire as well, so we don't have to repeat that over and over. But as you can see here, this doesn't actually work. So yeah. Great. We'll get this working, and then I'll call it here. So why is this not working? Did we register the on fire thing? Yes, we did. And it does consume the fireball. So if this was set to false, the fireball should just keep going. I'm pretty sure. So I'm just double checking if this actually does anything. Trying to troubleshoot. Yeah, so this does work. It's supposed to call this function. If it's invincible, we continue. It's probably not invincible, right? But if it's invincible, it wouldn't consume the fireball anyway. So this should be called right here. Which should get the bush. The state should be alive at the stage. And then we set the stage to burning. And then we create this timer. And so then in the alive state, we check the state. And if it's burning, we set it to burning. You will check when the timer ends and then set the state to burn and then nothing's happened. So, So yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Because you don't create a new entity, right? You just... Yeah, because we already have a context that we... What do you need IO for, by the way? Oh, the load asset, right? Look at it in the debugger, you'll be able to inspect variables. Yeah, I know, but... yeah, I know about debuggers, but... Zig. Well, when I've done that previously with Zig, I basically don't use debugger with Zig. Is what I'm trying to say. I haven't tried it in a while, and I haven't set it up with my editor either. So it's gonna be a little bit of a hassle. Maybe I can actually I can Google it real quick here. Zig debugging, because that is one thing that it's not like. I wish there was like a I don't know, an official way of doing it. Usually you choose the terminal debugger. So which debugger? LLDB, GDB. Okay. The problem is though, I'm running this on WSL and I'm executing in Windows, so I would have to... I mean, usually when things happen here, I usually just, try to inspect the code, log things. Sometimes that's quicker anyway. That's just how I'm used to doing this right now, because I'm not using a debugger for this. Like, I am used to using a debugger if I was making a web application, for example. In the case, probably attach the debugger to process on the Windows. Yeah. Let's see. I have to change my whole perspective on how to do this right now. So now, what was even the issue here? The issue is that we are not setting ourselves on fire, basically. I mean, what I usually do is I just log a function here. Do we get here? Okay, this is how I'm debugging at this point, and then I just run this. Do this, quit, check. Do we get here? Yes, we do. Okay. Cool. So we get here, but this, yeah, okay, I forgot. We should also check the state. Yeah. Yeah. I know how debugger works. I've used debuggers in my... Yeah, I know how they work. It's just that with Zig, I usually don't use a debugger. Okay, it is alive. So if it is alive, it should go down here, set it to burning, and then do this. Right. And then yeah, and then the thing here will set, because this is this state machine even, is it registered? Yes. Okay. And then we go to alive, burning, or burnt, depending on the thing. Actually, you know what? When we create the fire animation, do we have a, no, we have this init animations. Do we add a draw layer component as well? No. I was doing the timer's running out earlier. Some animation not to play. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. This should work. This is used like this is like a common functionality that is used throughout the game, and I think the problem might be how we're. I don't know actually, because it should create. No, wait, we're not actually creating an animation here. Okay, I think I know what's going on actually, because I think it does go to burnt eventually. The thing is though, we don't really kill the we don't really kill the thing. So I think what we need to do is I wanna say that burnt is actually a thing here, which should mark ourselves to die next frame, and then the update frame and the update function will actually not do anything. So now it's gonna like destroy itself once it's burned, and then here actually we can't destroy ourselves, that's the thing, because of how this works. Actually, I need to go to the devices. I need to go to basically, no, I need to wait, door, set is solid. Yeah, this, the problem is, if I want to be able to save the state of a burnt entity, the way I do it is essentially I query all the bushes in the scene, all the things in the scene, and then save its state depending on if it's initially burning, or I mean if the state is different from what it initially should be, then I save it in the save file. So yeah, but anyway, this is a different issue though. Like maybe we don't even need to save the burnt state actually. Maybe you have to like burn it again and again. It like regrows or something. I don't know. Like after you load the game, or after you like exit and enter an area, it has regrown. You know. So that means that we can actually just remove the thing. So that's fine. But if this was a device, that you have to, like a door that we have to save the state, then we wouldn't actually remove the entity. We would actually have the entity there. Or I mean, if a door doesn't remove itself because it's closed though. But if it were something that would probably remove itself, maybe like a, I don't know. Oh yeah, one of those explosives. Like you explode a thing, it disappears, but it's still there. It's still an entity, but it's now in like an exploded state, and it doesn't collide with anything, and it's invisible. Persistence is important for metroidvania games, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I could, I could change it later to make it so that it actually persists its state. Which I have the means to do it. I do it for other things, but I was like, but then I have to now for this test here. I don't really need to do it right now. But let's see. What I forgot to do here is I actually forgot to create fire animation. Yeah. So that we need to do that. Duration is going to be burn duration. And then we get this thing out, but we don't really care about this context here. So we can just discard that. All right, now let's see. Okay, we got a crash. So progress. Fire monster utils. Okay, monster utils 330. Fire 69. Where's that? Is that? Okay. I guess we have to check if it's valid as well. We could change here, actually. If this is not valid, valid. Actually, we could make this into a convenience function here. Oops. If it's valid, we return. Well, if it's not valid, we return false. Let's just do it like this. Whoops. If this is true, no, we return true. If this is, if it's not valid, we return true. There we go. Because then the entity is basically doesn't exist. If this is true, we return true. Otherwise, we return false. Wait, but this doesn't actually. This is not true at all times. The death component is like it could be in the process of dying. Well, okay, whatever. Because you can also use it as a timer to make something die at a certain point in time. But anyway. There we go. So now we have a guard for if something is, if it's valid, if it's not valid here. Okay, let's try it now. I kind of like C syntax, but I don't like the fact that there's pub, which suggests to me that there's public-private. I usually write in C or assembly if needs to be. So pub, so what pub means? Oh, we still get a crash. So pub, essentially, if something is not pub, it will be private in the file. If something is pub, it's public to other. It's visible to other files. But important to note here, fields of a struct are always public. You cannot have private fields in structs. So you can always access all the data in all the structs, which is very cool. It's very nice because then you can just, do things. But it's the functions can be marked public or not public, and types like declarations, essentially declarations, which includes types, functions, and it can include like variables as well. They can be like public or not public, but fields are always public. Yeah. And I never really ran into any issues regarding that. I guess it could be used to hide internal implementation. Yes, exactly. And that's exactly how it's used. And it's probably, I think it's good. Like sometimes it would be good if you could access some of the, like sometimes it's kind of annoying if you want to access a specific type, because types are important, when you compile it has to be a specific type and stuff like that. So if that type is not public, you can't access the type to make your own thing of that type. But then usually the library is not meant to be used that way, so you're probably doing something wrong then. But you can run into issues like that. But yeah, most of the time it's not really an issue. SIG doesn't have headers, no. Exactly. Like I think even the standard library is always like compiled. It's compiled every time you compile something. It's like, I think so anyway. Maybe there's like some optimization there or something. I don't know. But it is compiled. You can get like compilers in the standard library when you compile. And you can go in and look at the source code through the LSP and everything. Let's see. Okay, what happened? Still. Okay, 332. So this is the issue. I guess it doesn't have a health component. Oh. Okay. So we have to do a try get, and then we get health, and then we can have another if. There we go. So this makes it so that it can be an optional. If we have a health component, we get it here. Otherwise, we don't get one. So there we go. In C, for one something we private the prefix it with an underscore, the name would just be different from the public API. Yeah. Okay, I see. There we go. And then it disappears. But the animation doesn't work though. The fire animation. There should be an animation there. The fire creates. Start is true. Is that true from the start? No, it's not. Okay. And then looping should be true as well. All right. Did you do your Vim config yourself? Yes, I personally just use MV chat with some extra plugins because I don't want to spend a bunch of time maintaining my config. Yeah, I mean, I don't really need to maintain it now that I've actually done it once. I guess also the trick there is I don't actually update my NeoVim executable. So there we go. We have a little animation there. Cool. I'm gonna try it on the monster as well because it should have the same. And now we can like get through there. Cool. Yeah, I basically spent like a week making my config. I want it to be very lightweight, just super essentials, no fancy stuff. The thing is though, we don't, it doesn't like show the damage animation. I guess that's fine maybe for now. Okay. Yeah. All right, cool. Now, I'm not sure if this is the actual ability that you're gonna have, like a fire, like just throwing a fireball, but maybe. I would like the actual like damage animation to play though. Because what we're doing is the common behavior hurt. Default damage behavior. Does this actually spawn hit particles? Yes, it does. Okay. And this is called like if we have pending damage. So I think essentially what's happening is that we are hurting the thing, but because of the order of operations, it doesn't see it until next frame. Well, it doesn't see it at all because this gets the pending damage gets cleared. So what you could do is add an event listener on hurt instead of doing this, or instead of having this here, we can actually have like an on hurt instead. But maybe fire sword fires would make more sense, something like that. Depends story really, world you build. Yeah, exactly. So it's all up for debate right now. It's like, because what I do know kinda is like you're gonna fight like an elemental creature, or yeah, some kind of like a mini boss, which I've already sort of created, but there's no graphics for it yet, so it's just a box running around. But and when you defeat that, you get like a fire stone, elemental stone, which will allow you to either you learn like a fire spell or something, or yeah, somehow you can use fire now to burn bushes and get to new places, or use it on enemies that are weak to fire or something like that. That's the idea. And then there will be the same for like water, earth, and wind and stuff like that. So yeah. I mean, yeah, but now also we can essentially, we don't have this here, but we can actually go, we can like, I don't know, we can put we don't really have a place for the mini boss right now because the world is kind of tiny. I need to work on the actual levels as well to kind of expand them a little bit. But maybe like down here. So the idea is that here's the village. You go get a quest to go kill the boss in the forest. Here's the forest entrance. You go here. You can't go down there because of you're lacking the ability. Going over here, you can't go down here because there's a blocking there. You go up, you're forced to go up like this. You're forced to go up here. Here you get the first upgrade, which is like which is a very useful upgrade, which allows you to activate devices. Okay, so now you have access to all these places, but now you can access this place, and then you go up to defeat the boss. And once you're done, you go back here, and now you can go down here. And you go down here. The idea is you would go now this way back for like a little new area, and then back up here, and then you essentially just backtrack over there. Did you make the level editor? Yes. Could be magic or use the stone to enchant your sword or something. Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, either that, like enchanting the sword or enchanting the device that you get. Like the device, maybe you can. So, the device is this thing here that we got. This that shoots like a beam that activates machines. And maybe you can switch this out so you get like, you have like a fire version, or something like that. So essentially, let's see, the device works like this. Well, you can have these wheels that you control things with, or wheel. It's a steering wheel. This door is like oriented the wrong way, but it's it's closed now anyway. So we activate this machine and it opens the door. So that's how it works. But I'm thinking maybe if you can switch like modes on this, to switch to fire mode or something. I don't know. I have a couple of ideas floating around. These guys don't really care about the fire because I didn't implement it for this monster. But yeah. Okay. Great. Maybe the stones are like attachment for a device that has multiple modes which you can switch between, where you start with only regular one. Yeah, exactly. So like you get the device, you have the standard like activation beam, but then if you install like a stone on it, it will change the mode to be like flamethrower or fireball mode or something. And you can kind of use it in combat, or you can use it to solve like puzzles, like burn bushes and stuff like that. Potentially you could choose to use the stone on another weapon, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. There's so many possibilities. And I think the hard part is kind of thinking about how can everything like fit together, to not have all these kind of weird systems trying to work together. Like it has to feel, I think there needs to be some kind of pattern that works well together and not have yeah, I don't know. That's how it feels to me anyway. It will emerge naturally as you figure out the gameplay. Yeah, hopefully. I was thinking also like maybe maybe you can cast spells. Maybe the Firestone, like you can also, maybe you have like a spell system. So you have like mana, because that was my initial idea, that you would have a magic system and you can learn spells from a wizard that is like researching spells. So essentially you get a Firestone that enables you to kind of buy spells that require a firestone, let's say. And if you find, let's say you find like a fire and a water stone, you now have two stones. You have fire and water, so now you can combine those. So you can buy spells that require one firestone and one water stone, and stuff like that. But that would like that it kind of feels like that exponentially explodes the number of spells. You would have to think about, okay, what kind of spells could we get? It could really be anything. It could be like combat oriented. It could be movement spells. It could really be anything. Healing. I don't know. Yeah. So Start with a solid core. Don't be afraid to redesign if rest needs it to. Yeah, exactly. Make sure to keep all internal consistent. Yes, it makes gameplay more rewarding because players feel like they're able to uncover things and understand. Exactly. Yeah, I think it's important. I do like mystery in the game. Like I do like the initial, exploration phase where you're kind of discovering the mechanics as well. And then I also enjoy. I recently played. I'm not sure. Yeah, I played a game, and initially it was like you found a little. It was like kind of like a metroidvania. You find upgrades to enable you to reach other places. But then it was also like it's kind of like you have this skill-based layer on top of it as well, because you kind of understand like, okay, I get this ability, and I can use it to reach new places. But if I use it in a very skillful way, I can reach even more places. So I can do things that I didn't thought was like possible before, or you discover, oh, I can do this. Kind of, if I do it like this, I will be able to like use it in another way, which allows me to reach even more places. Kind of weird to explain it like this, but without seeing an example. But yeah, that's also a really nice idea. Like, yeah, be able to like get an ability that if you increase your skill with using the ability, you also can enable to reach new places as well. Okay, but that's gonna be it for this time. So thank you very much for watching, and hope you have a nice day. And I'll see you later. I have to go now. So yeah, thank you very much. Hope to see you soon. All right, see ya.